I mean the kind of music men hum or whistle when they feel on top of the world. I mean the kind of music men hum or whistle when they feel on top of the world. And gentlemen, one of the many things that give you that tip-top feeling is the pleasure of being well-dressed.
Hey everybody, welcome on back. I'm hoping we fixed whatever problem there was last time. It seems to be working okay. The new microphone is still working. I think I figured out what the issue with the graphics was. So yeah, we are back. We are rocking and rolling with some Whiskerwood for realsies this time. We're going to go ahead and be starting a brand new colony. I've been playing this game almost non-stop and absolutely enjoying it. It is beautiful. It is in-depth. It is even mostly intuitive once you kind of start learning what everything is and what everything does. It includes things that you wouldn't normally find in most city builders. So I really do enjoy it. It's all kind of wrapped up in a very fanciful fairy tale style storyline. So there, in the beginning of the game, there is a ton of narration because they're just giving you mission after mission after mission to get you started. Then it kind of eases back. but you really only run into these missions if you're kind of falling behind where it wants you to be. So that part is pretty cool. We got a new ball pit video up today as well. I didn't put one up yesterday because I had to go driving around. I didn't do one over the weekend at all. Probably should have. Might do that this weekend. I don't know. Maybe. But we are getting more of those up, hopefully every day, more or less. But yeah, so with that out of the way, we are going to go ahead and dive on in. Now, we are doing this without the camera just because I don't look nearly as good as the game does. So we're going to go with that. Turn this up so we've got the music. We're going to start off with a new game. Now, the game offers different scenarios. The basic one is Far Frontier. You get a balance of pirates, and you're dealing with the monarchs. So the whole idea is that you are a colony of mice, or whiskers. And you are sent out to found a colony by the claws, who are cats. They are the monarchs. They are your feline overlords. So we are going to be starting a colony. Now let's go ahead and, you know, Whiskerville doesn't sound too bad. Ooh, I like Fuzzborough. We're going to go with Fuzzborough. Now, when you're looking at your starting Whiskers, you start off with 5, and they will each have a couple of things to watch out for. The first being the guild to which they belong. So you got 4 guilds. You've got your Farmers Guild, you've got your Explorers Guild, you've got your Engineers Guild, and you've got your Miners Guild. Now, each one of these come into effect. First off, they all have their own abilities. Like the Miners Guild can carry a little bit more, but they also eat a little bit hardier. The Engineers Guild, your machinery in your industrial buildings don't take as much wear. So you can have like your sawmill, which requires machinery. You can put a Miners Guild or an Explorers Guild in there, but the machinery is going to wear down a little faster than if you were to put an Engineers Guild in there. Your Explorers Guild, they don't worry quite so much about the cold, and they don't slow down on terrain. So they still get a bonus to running around on open ground. They don't need a road. The Farmers Guild, they don't like raw food. They like their food cooked, but they also walk faster on fields. A path is still better, but they walk faster on fields, kind of the same way that the Explorers Guild walks faster on open terrain. Now, on this other side, you've got things like patient and diligent and weak. Patient, you know, you're having to track the approval of your Whiskers. So they'll have happy thoughts and unhappy thoughts. If they're patient, they're a bit more slow moving in how they go about things. They don't worry quite so much. Diligent, they work really hard. Weak, they can't lift much. The opposite of weak would be strong shoulders. The opposite of diligent would be almost perfectionist. Perfectionists, they'll throw out good for the sake of perfect, so it actually takes them longer to accomplish things. Healthy, they're resistant to illness and injury. The opposite of that would be sickly, where they are not resistant to that. And things like nosy, where they're rude. Now, rude is a thing, but nosy is like not as rude. And content is kind of the opposite of that. There's also ranks of like apprentice and craftsmaster and educated. An apprentice means they're a little bit better at whatever it is that they do, and some industries require apprentices. Some industries require craftsmasters. Research and education and management requires educated mice, or educated Whiskers. So each one of them has different values, but the higher this rank is, the greater their expectations, the greater their needs, and the greater their expense. So they need to make sure that they're getting good food, good clothes, good housing. They're not going to be nearly as satisfied with all the basic stuff as, say, Rust here, who's, you know, very, you know, they're weak, so they're not super worried about how things go. But in the beginning, we can re-roll this as well. So like here's rude. So they'll walk by and they'll just say something mean to somebody else. They're not quite nosy, but, you know. Ideally, what you want, can't smell is good. They're not as bothered by pollution. Warm core is good. They're not as bothered by cold temperatures. Diligent is good. Healthy, can't smell. Weak knees isn't great. They're just, you know, they're not going to be great at at heavy lifting and stuff. The problem here is that I don't have an apprentice, and I would really recommend starting with an apprentice. So we're going to re-roll. We got a nosy and a rude nosy apprentice. We want to avoid things like big eaters. You want to avoid perfectionists. You want to avoid starting whiskers that are slow. So perfectionist, monarchists, if you're putting them in heavy manual labor stuff, they will work slower. They don't like doing heavy manual labor. They think it's beneath them. But you can have them doing other regular stuff and they're fine with it. Considerate is good. They don't get bothered by rude. Gifted teacher and an apprentice, not bad. I'd prefer an apprentice engineer, but like this is a good way to start. Warm core and patient. This is a good crew. So Pepper, Passer, Getty, Kata. Ooh, and we got 2 Katas. We can always change the name of one of them. The names don't matter. But this is going to be our starting crew for Fuzzborough. So we will go ahead and embark. And every map is procedurally generated, but there will be a main island that it will kind of encourage you to start on. But you want to look around, see where the islands are. You cannot re-roll this. A lot of creators will say that you can re-roll it. You can't. The map is very voxel based, so everything is kind of set out on a grid. So it's kind of telling us that this is the main island that it's recommending us to build upon. You see all this grass? This is some fertile land
Royal
for...
Scout ships identified your assigned archipelago as a potential colony. As part of the Royal Scouting Commission of 1681, 72 such colonies have successfully been established as a result of those brave Claw's efforts. By the King's graceful guidance, yours could be the 73rd such colony. Your most important building will be the trade dock. Without it, your colony cannot repay its debts. Therefore, I implore you to choose an island and construct your dock. Look for ample trees and berry bushes nearby.
All right, so this is our primary goal. This is the charter. Now it's telling us to build a trade dock. Now, we will not really be doing a whole lot with the dock itself in terms of interactions. Most of what you'll be interacting with it will be new whiskers coming onto the island, walking from that dock to whatever location you put your buildings. So we can put the dock over here and start building our town over here. Now, they'll just have to walk around the island before they can get to any of the stuff that I've got them assigned to. But other than that, there's no real problem. The dock otherwise just takes up space, and that space can kind of be valuable. So this isn't a bad place to start. Over here, however, we have a lot of islands here that are right next to each other, and they are absolutely bristling with resources. We've got wood, We've got coal, potash. We've got iron ore, copper ore. And we're going to come back to those soon. A lot of this is very exposed and not very high up. The whiskers themselves will not climb. You have to build paths and stairs for them. Some of these are kind of low plateaus. Some of them are really sharp peaked mountains. Ultimately, we want someplace nearby that has fertile land, which this does. This actually has very, very fertile lands. So what I may end up doing is setting up my dock over here and then actually setting up my village to be sprawling between the two islands right here. I think that's going to be a good way to go. There's so much wood right here that's just readily accessible. And once you get past that wood, it's just all fertile farmland, which is going to be great. Over here, we've got a lot of stone and ore that'll set us up in the beginning. So I kind of like that idea. And this looks like a perfect spot to build our trade dock. So we're going to pause for just a second and take a picture for the Instagram. Not really for the gram, it's for thumbnail. We're gonna get our whiskers in. So this is our opening crew. So we've got all of them coming up, and we have a population tax. So each when calculating the taxes, each whisker is 3 taxes plus a small percentage. Plus there's going to be a production task for all the materials that you produce out of the raw materials. Then there's going to be just a days gone by tax. So every day that you survive, taxes go up a little bit. So a lot of this is about managing your resources so that you can just pay your taxes.
Warehouses are vital to preserving the market value of your tax contributions. Each warehouse has a limited capacity. Watch that you do not satiate your warehouse's capacity on worthless goods. Focus on storing resources that will benefit the kingdom: logs, cotton, and ores. These goods will keep during long voyages and supply work for whiskers in the royal factories. To reduce carry distances, you should construct the included central warehouse schematic near your trade dock.
So this is where it's kind of telling you what it is that you're going to need in order to pay your taxes. So logs, cotton, ores, flax, berries, fish, things like that. So raw materials. Refined materials like planks and cut stone, he is not interested in. Yeah, in the beginning, there's a lot of exposition. So we're going to take this over to here. We're going to just plonk this down right there. Actually, ooh, some gold, some good stuff over here. We're actually going to plonk this down right here. So it's going to take them a little bit of time to walk over and build it. And this is that main walkway that I was saying is going to take time to bring everyone over. So I'm just going to go ahead and speed up time here. Yeah, starting off, we've got copper, coal, gold, flax, berries, wood, a lot of good stuff over here. Now, you don't have to worry about how long it takes you in the beginning of the game. Time has not yet started. It won't until this gets built. So now we've got our supply ship. So the Whiskers ship, the supply ship, the taxes, the tax ships from the claws, the smugglers, and the pirates, they will all come here and interact with this. But other than that, it's not really something you're going to interact with.
Congratulations to you and your fellow colonists. Under commission of the king, it is my privilege to offer this colony charter. You embark on a mission worthy of the greatest of Whiskers, and all of your kind shall thank you for your efforts. As you tame these wild lands and earn the payment for your taxes, you are doing more than any Whisker before you. With your sweat, you secure the means by which some industrious Whiskers might enjoy safety. Serve your king faithfully, and his peace will reign over these islands.
So that is our mission. And you can see here, we got our administrative tax. This is the tax for supplies. The supplies will increase your taxes. The Whisker ship travel cost. The population tax, so that's our number of Whiskers, our starting supplies. So, or the administrative tax, I think that is the how many days have gone by. So we start at 13. So we're going to start our charter. Now these are what we can pay our taxes with. So it's all raw materials. As soon as we refine it, with the exception of gold bullion, as soon as we refine it, cats won't take it. Okay. So we're starting off over here. First thing we need to do is a little bit of pre-setup. So we're going to go down to the resource extraction, and we are going to build a woodcutter, a forage hut, and a mining camp. And we can set each of these up right here because they could be moved around, as can the earthworks. The only one of these that cannot be moved around is the farm. You have to build them up and tear them down if you want them going elsewhere. So we're just going to set these up near here because this is where all of our supplies are. And they're going to go in, grab the logs, build them up.
Paying taxes to the crown is your primary responsibility. Most colonies pay their taxes with ores. Copper pays best, but coal is more plentiful. Desperate colonies will ship out their construction logs. You would be wise to choose the path of non-desperation. Build and fully assign 2 workers to at least 1 mining camp.
So that is excellent advice. The copper ore and iron ore are both 21 gold apiece, and that is really, really good to sell. The gold ore is something like 89 gold. That's really good, but the gold bullion is like 223. So if you can actually refine the gold ore, that would be better. The reason you don't necessarily want to be sending off fish, berries, and logs is because you're going to use all of this to build and feed your colony. The copper is useful, but not in the beginning. And so it is definitely better to fill up the mining camp and start mining out specifically the copper ores and the gold ores, while also kind of shaving away at some of the stone and reshaping the island. So we are going to find some berries. We got berries over here, so we're going to pick this up and move it here. And we need stairs. And stairs and stairs. So now we've got stairs to get to here and stairs to get to here. And we will put a farmer there. You see right here, it's a farmer going into, oh wait, no, we need explorers here. Derp, 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 derp. This is not a farm. This is an explorer. See right there, now it's glowing. Instead of 100 on the gear, it's 150. Because this symbol matches what this whisker can do. It will be 50% more productive. For the mining camp, we've got kata. Kata's good. Let's see. Pepper is not great. See, Pepper's icon does not shine. the way Kata's does. But that's perfectly fine, because as soon as we get the actually, no, let's unassign that. So we need to
paying taxes to the crown.
Accept. Make sure you accept the the quest before you complete it. So now that we've got our 2 mining workers in, and we will go ahead and move this over here. This now says quest is completable.
Paying taxes to the crown is your pride.
We'll turn in the quest and gain a 6th whisker. And we will move both of these into here. Now, who did we get? We got Orm. Orm is a miner. So we can actually unassign that. Let's put Orm over there. So now both of our miners are solid. Then we're going to keep that. We are good. We are golden. Let's add 1 more set of stairs here. And we will put our free chopping chums. So each of these also has a circle around it. That is the radius where they will harvest whatever it is that they're doing. You can prioritize certain ones if you really want to get rid of them, or you can just kind of let them go and they'll do their thing. For mining, you do have to specify what you want them to mine. So you can go over here with the mining tool and highlight all the stuff that you want them to get. I want the gold ore. I want the copper ore. And whilst we are here, this is... let's see. This is coal. This is more coal. We can sell coal, so we will go ahead and clear all this out. So we're going to be focusing on kind of stripping down all of this area throughout here. And piece of copper that I missed. Excellent. Now we can just kind of let them rip. Except for y'all. Y'all can't. Oh, because I did that. Need 1 more path. It's really good about telling you if your whiskers just can't make it. They're going to run off and... pick their berries, and they will stockpile some of it here, and then they will bring it from here. When this fills up, they'll bring it to the storage area. So we've got our whisker ship is docked. So now we take our influence, which is based on our approval, and we use that to buy whiskers from the whisker ship. Each one that we buy, the expense of the others will go up by 1 or more. So here we've got to consider it. They don't get offended. Here we got a strong shoulders and they're rebellious. So they're not a big fan of the cats. So if the colony starts getting more and more rebellious, they're going to be helping. But strong shoulders +2 carry capacity on top of already having +1. This guy is going to be trucking things around. So that is going to be valuable. Diligent workers are always going to be good. You see, because the price of those kept going up, we can't afford anything else. That's fine. We just say refuse the rest. And it will just sail off bloop, thusly. So they're doing their work. See, he's got a large pile of berries. Now it says up here that everybody's homeless. We're going to leave them homeless for a few days because they're just so excited to be here. They're not going to be that worried about the fact that they don't have a place to sleep. But once we start building up some stone, we will build some houses for them. You can see up here, our tax collector's coming in 2 days. We owe 104 coins. In our storage, we have 143 coins worth of goods that the claws will take. Once we get that out of the ground, you see right there, we're going to have more. What I'm going to do, it's good to actually have about 3 mining camps worth of miners. So here we've got 3 unemployed mice. So we will have them construct this and maybe 1 more. And they're going to clear this out so much faster. And whilst they do, set that up. Hey, how are you doing? So that is up. We're going to go ahead and build them up. Now, at the end of the day, everybody's running to the warehouse to grab some grub. It's Timberborn, but with mice and cats, and it's mixed with a touch of Manor Lords. Now they're gonna normally would be going to their house right about now or taking a bath or socializing, but right now I don't have any of that stuff, so they're just gonna sit outside the warehouse once they're done eating, and then they're gonna pass out in the dirt. Oh yeah, windrows, that's gonna be good. And day 1 has ended, so we get a report at the end of the day. So you see you got 24 approval. And this amount will go up based on how many whiskers we have. So the more whiskers you have, the greater your approval can go and all that. You see, they don't like that they slept outside. You know, some of them expect a little bit better clothing. Some of them one of them is doing hard labor and he doesn't like it. But since they just got here and some of them ate food that they like, you know, they're feeling pretty good about life. So positive thoughts minus negative thoughts is what your approval becomes. The upcoming taxes, so we tacked on 13, we're getting 13 per day right now. Our population has gone up, so now it's 24. When our next supply ship comes in, that'll get added here as well. So now they're all going to wake up and get to work. So on top of being Timberborn, it also has a strong element of like Factorio and Satisfactory, because it is all about managing your materials. And you use conveyor belts. Once you unlock conveyor belts, you use conveyor belts to move them around. So here's our supply ship. Now, the supply ship will give us options. We can either pick the bare minimum, which is usually going to be in the beginning 1 machinery part, 3 hardtack, and 5 tea. And it will cost 42 gold. So that will add 42 to our debt and our tax collectors coming tomorrow, along with a Whisker ship. We can go a bit higher. If we need more materials, we can pick this one, but it is going to cost us more. Or we can risk upsetting the tax collector and not getting any supplies. You basically can disappoint them 4 times if you're at max. If you overpay on your taxes, you can gain some of that approval back. Now, right now, we do need the machinery, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. Your taxes are based off of all of these expenses, and overpaying them by certain thresholds will get you more stuff afterwards. So like, hey, you paid us extra, we're going to give you some extra stuff. That overpayment threshold is percentage based. So if you keep your taxes low, you won't have to overpay as much to get the extra stuff. So we're actually going to start this because I want the machinery. So we're going to unload the shipment. And they're going to keep trucking along. So you can see right now the minimum due is 183. As we start, in fact, I'm actually going to undo all of this. Also seeing some more gold ore. We're going to undo this. We're going to, oh, it's copper ore, right, because I'm in mining view. We're going to focus on the ore for now because that is just straight money. There's copper ore. There's also a slice view. So this is just the generic view. There's a slice view where you can go up and down and see each grid level. So you see right there, we know there's copper ore back there. There's plenty of copper ore here. So we're going to go ahead and use that opportunity to dig into the mountain. So we're going to tunnel in and up, and we're going to focus on getting that copper ore. So yeah, the whole thing about making an efficient city, an efficient colony, really comes down to how are you managing your labor, how are you managing your resources, and how are you managing the logistics to get those resources from wherever it is that you're harvesting them or growing them and into your warehouses. And that is all done with conveyor belts. Many of your utilities will also take water that has to be pumped through pipes. There's steam pipes that you'll use for heating your colony up, because in the wintertime it's going to get cold. And starting off, you only have fire, and fire makes pollution. So you've got a lot of different things to manage. So it is coming down to the end of the day. And over here, you've got our temperature, 77 degrees Fahrenheit, and your season. There are 8 days in a season, and the game starts in the first day of summer. See, now we're way over what we need for our taxes, which means we're going to have no problem overpaying for our stuff. They're going to go and eat out of the warehouse, and they will not enjoy this at all. Tomorrow, once our Whisker ship shows up, we'll use that to build some houses. See, we're in high approval so far. And here's the satisfaction. This is the satisfaction that the claws have with us. If we take no supplies, they don't like that because then we're not getting in their debt. If we're not in their debt, we're not paying them taxes for it. So they want us to take materials. If we overpay them by 2 threshold, if we overpay by 1, we'll get 1 of these back. If we overpay by 2, we'll get 2 of them. So you can bounce between these two real easily once you've become a little more self-sufficient. So this is now saying we can build a town hall. We won't, but we can. The town hall.
Demand your attention. Housing is not a luxury. Some Whiskers have already resorted to makeshift camps. I implore you to provide us shelter. We cannot survive as a colony living out in the elements. Winter's arrival will see temperatures plunge, and you cannot fight the cold with fires alone. Homes are our only defense.
So this is like the first of our missions, or real missions. It wants 5 houses. As a reward, it'll give us 8 planks and 8 trinkets. Trinkets are goods that the claws will buy from us. We cannot use them. We literally just get them to sell in lieu of goods that we're otherwise going to use. So we're going to go ahead and accept this. Now we've got 8 claws, or 8 whiskers, and we're about to get a few more. So I'm going to go into housing. We're going to start off with stone shelters. No one likes stone shelters, but it beats freezing your butt off out in the elements. So we're going to 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, let's see, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. Now we need somebody to build them. So we're going to unassign you. So we've got at least one person plugging away at the construction, and he's going to go running in and out, grabbing stone and building all the stuff. Here's the tax ship. So you see here's a breakdown of what we owe. 39 in administrative taxes. Shipping the Whiskers was 42. Population, because we're at 8 over the course of the days, has gone up to 63. Our starting supplies, and then our supply, that one supply shipment. So they need 220. That is easy to do. Oh, it's not even 1 tax ship. That's the other thing. It's 3. As 3 tax ships. Now, if you are running low on supplies and you've got Whiskers actively working, you can let the time pass and this will count down, but you'll start seeing like the logs will go up, the berries will go up in number. But I've got more than enough to buy what I need to buy. So we're going to go ahead and, so that right there, see here, we would lose trust. Now we have fully filled up. This is our minimum. So we need to make at least that. And then this is overpayment. So we're going to overpay. 5 copper ore brings us to here. And we can toss up to there. The trick is you don't want to overpay. So like I can do 2 coal and get that. If I did 1 coal and 1 copper, that would be unnecessary. I mean, honestly, I could just, yeah. I could technically do 1 berry. But I'd rather give him a coal. So we're going to go ahead and send that off. We are gaining 2 trust. We are gaining 3 royal wax seals, which we'll go over what those are for later. And we're getting 2 gifts from the king. So they'll give us a range of gifts and we can pick from 2 of them. If we were to get just the basic amount, we would only get 1 gift from the king. So we're going to send off our overpayment, and then they're just going to go bloop, and away they go. Bye. That always makes it sound like you failed the mission, because it's so ominous. It says, you've met your first tax payment. Well done. We shall expect to see increased output from your colony going forward. That's them basically saying, is this only going to get more expensive? So now we've got our Whisker ship. Now the Whisker ship is what we're going to use to buy, or use our approval to buy. So you see here, we've got educated. We talked about this before, where educated Whiskers are used for research and teaching and management. So this is an excellent one to get, because we can start researching quickly. Swift is good. Diligent Warm Core is good. My Pace is another one that you don't want, because they work at their own pace, which means they work slow. So we will take these 2. With, I would, I'm going to actually go ahead. Well, he doesn't like heavy labor. If he gets hurt, he gets hurt. At this point, starting out, we need the productivity. So we're going to refuse the last one. They're going to dip out. We now have 11. So here are the gift supplies. So that wax seal that we could have used to reroll the Whiskers, we can also use to reroll this. Now, what's nice about these is if you overpay, you will get things like technologies unlocked. The small warehouse is an awesome first pluck. The first 2 technologies that you want to unlock in this is the small warehouse and the plank row house. So we're going to definitely get that. Now, once you've selected one, you can't re-roll it. But honestly, the mushroom cultivation schematic is really good, because this means I can dig underground and grow mushrooms there, because they'll only grow in the dark. And we can use that to supplement berries, or later on use it to make soup. So we've unlocked the small storage warehouse and mushrooming. All of which is fantastic. The other thing that's really nice about this game is, because everything is terraced in the way that it is, it very specifically encourages you to build vertically. So we are going to take some of our makeshift path here, make a walkway there, and now we've actually got the makings of a small apartment complex. And just so that my brain doesn't hate this, I'm going to add another one right there. So once we get all of this built, we will ultimately have space for 14 Whiskers. Or sorry, 15, 16 Whiskers. You can see right here, we've got 11. And it'll tell you how many homes you've got prepared. So I got 1 home prepared. So this is a good way to make sure that you're not going to end up with homeless Whiskers, you know, by the end of the day. But because we're still bringing some in, they're still going to be amazed and awed over the new environs. So even if I've got a couple homeless ones still, it's not going to be a big problem. All right, so our quest is completable.
Other matters demand your attention. Housing is not a luxury.
We've
Some
got
Whiskers
this.
have already resorted to makeshift
We'll get planks and
crafts.
trinkets.
I implore you.
Turn that in. So now we've got planks here. And what we can also do is go into our resources and push the wrong button. We can take things like our copper ore, and by holding down shift and clicking on it, we can keep an eye on it to make sure that, you know, we're not running out or something. So now we can see how much copper ore we're pulling out of the ground. And you can do that with any of your resources. What, terrorist? No. Heavens no. I'm a terraist. I prefer Earth. So here we can't find material. We have run out of stone. So what we're going to do is go ahead and we've got the labor force for it. Okay. Did not actually grab any more miners, but that's all right. We're going to make sure we mine that out, and then we're going to make sure we mine all of this out. And then we're going to start we're not going to do that. We want to keep those trees. We'd like to harvest those trees. Hey, Graves. We're going to give it one more day, then we're going to have to start looking at building that sawmill. And once we build the sawmill, we can build our cafe. In fact, I'm actually going to go ahead and set that up because we can. Sawmill. I'm doing okay. Making it through. Life is lifing. And let's go under services, and we're going to go ahead and just grab the cafe here. And we want this to go near where our Whiskers are ultimately going to end up living. So we're going to start this off right here. Yeah. Right there's good. We're not going to put it over the water, so that'll save us some money on, or save us some logs. Because one log with the sawmill gets broken down into 5 planks. So logs are plentiful in the beginning, but once you start building with planks, you're going to get so much more mileage out of it. These guys are just going to honk snoo out here in the open. See, they're starting to not like being out and homeless because they're sleeping outside. They don't like it. It is not of the bueno. So I need to get the rest of those houses built, and eating at the warehouse they don't like. So as soon as I get the cafe built, that's going to be done with as well.
There have been reports of pirate ransom demands in your part of the world. Under no circumstances are you to yield, or to even consider paying their exaction. Should your colony survive, report back the pirates' shakedown tactics.
So we're going to go ahead and accept this quest. If you give in to the pirates' demands, they will leave you alone, but they'll be taking some expensive stuff from you. If you do not fully pay off the pirates' demands, they will send a number of cannonballs at your buildings. and they may or may not hit some of your whiskers in the process. An injured whisker is hands down one of the most pathetic sights you'll ever see. It's the kind of thing like you see it and you start singing Sarah McLachlan. Because it is just so sad. Yeah, the pirates are just absolute thieves. We've got 2 more homeless mice. I'm kind of hoping the pirates only hit completed houses, because those are cheap to rebuild and there aren't going to be any mice in them. Sometimes they'll hit this, and if somebody's working right next to it, the explosion will kind of catch your whisker out in the open. All right, so at least everybody's going to have a home. That'll be good. Yeah, it's... Although I don't know if it's a biblically accurate angel, it would be in the eyes of the angel. All 700 of them. See here, they are clearing this area out. So what you can also do is hit N. N is the planting tool. You can see the different crops, and you can check the ground for fertility on those crops. So berries will grow much better up further on the mountainside. Flax even more so going further up. Cotton can grow in a much more forgiving environment, but it will absolutely strip away at the fertility of the ground. So you will have to use fertilizer for growing cotton. Trees kind of grow a bit like flax. Then mushrooms can't grow anywhere out here because there's just way too much sun. But as soon as I dig a tunnel and burrow into the island, mushrooms would be able to grow there. We're building up our sawmill. That'll be done tomorrow. Really hoping that the pirates don't want to hit the sawmill. How are we doing on storage? We still got good capacity. Now looking at what we've only got 1 apprentice. We don't need an apprentice to run the sawmill, but it helps. No, when the pirates show up, because I've got this quest here, I'm not going to negotiate with the pirates. But this is like the only time I won't. So everybody's much happier that they're eating inside. Once we finish the cafe, the aid at a warehouse will also disappear. I only started playing after the recent patch but I've been absolutely loving it. All right, see, that was... there. Come over here and we will get our apprentice in here. And let's actually get Getty trucking along for now, because we don't have any planks to cut up yet, or to build yet, so we need those first. Oh, we've got a whisker ship. All right. Oh, hey, we got a second educated. So this would give us, once we get our research building up and running, this would give us a full research building. I do kind of want that. I'm a huge fan of can't smell. It means he smells terrible. And we'll take content. Do I care about rude and... You know what? Welcome aboard, everybody. That puts us up at 13. We still have plenty of houses. So that's why you build ahead on houses. Still going to go ahead and build a few more. Oop. That's not the button I wanted, but you know what? It worked out. So we're going to build more on the Rock Motel. The devs also do a great job of listening. I saw a thread about camera controls and how if you hold down right click, they added it so that you can do a smooth glide as well as doing the Q and E. Being able to zoom right on in. I wish they had something where you can get rid of the HUD. Because this game has such cinematic potential. It's just so beautiful. Let's see, there they are. Planking away. That looks like a serious OSHA hazard. So we've got our tax collectors due tomorrow, which is good. Pop that there, that there, and I'll put another woodcutter right here for now and have them take out, actually, cancel that. We're going to move it a little further up. There. Yeah. Everybody's hitting the honk snoo. I do kind of wish I could speed this up because there's just nothing happening right now. They're not happy about something. What are they not happy? Okay, so because I've got a couple of people who really have some expectations for 2 stars and a bunch of people with expectations for 1 star, because I've got them living in rock closets, they don't like it. So this is going to be a problem. Hopefully with the tax boat, I can get those plank row houses and start working on that. Because the wooden houses, the wooden block houses here, the log cabin, those are so expensive. That's 5 logs for that. That's 25 planks. 25 planks would get me, would just about get me a row house. Hey guys, build that. Mine that out. Comes the tax ship. So I need to explain these clause taxation is theft. All right, so we're gonna set that there. We've got that. Ooh, how do we get down to this? We just kind of have to know that it's there, huh? Okay, so we've got our mining assignments planned out some. Let's go deal with the taxman. The taxman cometh. Let's see, 239. Let's give them copper. Fill in the rest with qual. Actually, it's gonna be a long time before I use any coal, so I think I'd actually rather do that. There we go. So we're going to actually have 5 trinkets left over, but that'll get us the large shipment. It'll get us chance of schematics. And the claw delegation will speak to me soon. Here is our supply ship. Go ahead and do that. I really do like building up a stockpile of machinery parts. So here we go. We only got 1. I could re-roll this, but the slide is good. And I could do the cut stone and the planks. That wouldn't be bad. Eventually the woven cloaks and the tailored cloaks are going to be a good call, but I like the idea of the planks because that'll at least give me some more stuff for that. The slide is good for getting your whiskers down from elevated positions, and it's adorable. So they just lay down and slide down, and kind of makes you want to go wee. So now this is finished, so they're going to start building that up. Let's take one of those away. It'll help build out this. God help those pirates if they blow that up. I'll be most put out. So now the guy working the cafe is going to be pulling food out from here and stockpiling in this. And they can stockpile up to 34 meals. So if they eat extra, they're going to pull something extra from there. But they'll stockpile 34 meals, and the whiskers are going to feel a lot better eating in here than standing in the warehouse and eating there. Still doing good work over here. Plenty of berries. Coming up soon here, I'm going to switch over to... Not switch over, but I'm going to build the fishing dock. Once I get some more whiskers in, I'm going to build the fishing dock Fish are such an easy commodity for feeding everybody. So lucrative. And they're the first food that you can process with the smokery. Bing bong. Day 6 has ended. And they're much happier now that they get to eat in a cafe instead of a warehouse. Oh, I'm right there with you, JR. My thing is I scare the cat. So our upcoming taxes in 3 days, we're looking at 107 coins currently. We got 1,500 in the bank, so we are perfectly fine with that. Let's actually see what we got here. All right, we're low on food. Are we low on food? We'll be able to get more tomorrow. Let's take a look at what our mining situation is. All right, we need to carve this out. I wish when you go into the mining thing, it didn't turn everything gold. Like, let me just see the colors of the ore. That's how I decide what it is anyway. Why they would take all of the identifying features of the ore away is beyond me. Let's see. More gold. Coal, copper. You see these grid lines? This is a really good way to kind of keep track of where you're at when you're going up and down, since it goes up and down in a three-dimensional manner. Let's see. So that's here. So we need to put these out in order to get access to all that. All right, so everybody's going to be chugging away. That's the sound of pirates. So this is the pirate blockade, and they're just kind of like reverse taxman.
We are but humble seafarers, who having torn off the shackles of the kingdom, find ourselves in great need. In past times of want, wise and generous Whisker colonies have supplied us with everything they had. You should follow their example, and do it quickly. There's nothing more detestable and worthy of destruction than a greedy colony.
So these are rebellious Whiskers that are preying upon us because we're just trying to make an honest living. Now, normally the easiest way to get rid of them is give them a machinery part. You can give them one machinery part, get them to go fuck off. Pretty much for the first like 4 or 5 times that they show up. They'll also take stuff like the gold ore and the gold bullion, but I'd rather save that for the cats. The woven cloaks are pretty good if you've got a bunch of them in production and you don't want to add another machinery. If you're just off by a little bit, throw in some woven cloaks rather than an extra machinery part. But the quest says refuse cooperation, so no sir, we do not negotiate. They just blasted the crap out of the mining camp, the sawmill, and a couple of our houses. Thankfully, they did not hit any of our whiskers, so we don't have to watch them pathetically crawl around on their bellies, making us super sad and compelling us to sing Sarah McLachlan. So we're just going to mark all of these for rebuild. And not only do we get
of pirates' ransom demands in your part of
this
the world,
completed, that gives us 3 machinery parts and some logs to help with the rebuild. We've got our Whisker ship, and we have some, we got 26 diplomas here. Swift but snores. Strong shoulders is good. I like strong shoulders. I will go with strong shoulders. And because everything else got more expensive, we got sickly and greedy. Or weak knees. I think at this point I'd rather go weak knees and get ourselves a 3rd kata. Because why not? You know, it's Kataville. We'll send the ship on its way. And even with the destruction of those houses, we still don't have any homeless whiskers because we planned far enough ahead. One of the other nice things is that if they blow up some of your employment areas, you suddenly have a lot of unemployed.
You have been entrusted by your fellow Whiskers to lead their colony. This is the highest honor any Whisker can attain. The teeming masses of mainland Whiskers are pleading to live in colonies such as yours. They wish only to serve the crown on a wild island such as yours. Do not disappoint them. Grow your colony to 21 Whiskers, so you can start paying some real taxes.
What an honor. I can't wait to start paying some real taxes. Such as yours. I said such as yours a lot. But no, as I was saying, you know, when they blow out one of your employment areas, suddenly you got a lot of nice unemployed Whiskers with which to rebuild. Yeah, hashtag taxation is theft. And they'll just come back and it's like, oh, you know, look, we can't make you pay us. We can make you sorry you didn't, but we can't make you pay us. But if we get our population up to 21, we will get a tax credit of 144 golds. Of course, we're going to take that. Our goal is to expand anyway. Thank you, benevolent government leaders, for not taking all of our goods by force. All right, so now we're going to have to put our apprentice back in there. And because we've got those Whiskers that came in, we can put a couple of them back in there and a couple more there. So now our sawmill is going to be churning out planks pretty hardcore. Which is great. We're already getting some out there. How are we doing on here? We're doing good. Now, we did open up the small warehouse, which takes 21 planks and gives us some decent storage for now, based on our needs. We're also going to have our fishing dock. This will require an apprentice to run from the beginning. And, ooh, well, there's a lot of nice fishing area here. So we're going to go ahead and just plonk that down right there. The Fishing hut's going to be really nice, and we're also going to need a bath dock soon. I do love me some good autocorrect. Now, the other thing we can start looking at is actually moving over to this island some and seeing what kind of resources, specifically food, that they'll have over here. We can definitely start pulling away at some of those trees. Yeah, we really need to start building better houses. So we got, you know, one person who's kind of into that sort of thing, which is weird. We've got 11 who are not, or 14 who are not. It is the last day of summer, and it is raining.
Please, may we have better housing? This new island was exciting for a bit, but that excitement has worn off. I wake up each day to the smell of damp. If our lodgings don't improve, this island is never going to be a home.
And that goes nicely with our need for population increase. Now,
please,
with this,
may we have better housing? This new island was exciting for a bit.
With this gives us 34 approval.
You have been entrusted.
There will be certain missions that will give approval, and if you're about to go into a hard time where you're losing approval fairly regularly, don't turn in those quests that give you approval, because you're just going to lose it. Wait until you've actually got a moment to use it. So like Whiskers show up on a boat, turn in those approval quests then, so that you can use the approval when you need it. It's your approval, use it when you want it. Called JG Whiskerwood. 877 approval now. All right, our food situation is not quite as stable as I would like it to be. Just once we get this up and running, it should be okay though. Now that that is done, we're going to take this whisker, move him over here. So now he's not only an apprentice, but he's also an apprentice in what the fishing dock does. So that's going to be a 153% production rate, or 153 production. So that's going to be some good stuff. We're going to be raking in the fishies. And starting off in the beginning, if you focus on the copper mining, it's easy to stay about 10 times up from what you owe in taxes, at least in the first year. Speaking of, let's check in on our whiskeys. See how they're doing. They are plugging away diligently. I am actually going to go ahead and take this walking path. I'm going to extend this across the way. So that is going to give them a fast bridge going across this little strait. And that'll open up all of this area. And checking it out, well, definitely not on mushrooms though. On berries, like there's some really good fertile land for berries and for flax. So I'm really excited about opening this one up. Plus all of that great harvestable tree area. Because trees, unlike concrete, can be grown. Come on, get to bed quick. I didn't even stop to read that, but we are now in the beginning of fall. It's really easy to kind of accidentally blow through the reports. You can go back and pause it when this gets turned into a YouTube video. Actually, you can go back and pause it now on YouTube. Okay, we've got our tax collector. What do you take? Take the rest of our trinkets. And yeah, screw it. Here, have a couple of fish. Yeah, 2 fish. So there we go. 6 gold or 5 trinkets and 2 fish. Thank you. Goodbye. Come again. Appreciate having you. And we got a whisker ship. Let's see.
Please, may we have better housing? This new island was exciting for a bit, but that excitement is worn off.
Because we can
wake up
get
each day to the smell of damp. If our lodgings don't improve,
oh my
this
God,
island is
shut
never
up.
going to be a home.
Because we can get an extra 34 and that whisker ship's going to be here for a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and build. We only need 1 more stone house. I'm just going to go ahead and build it. Not even worried about who's going to live in it. We're going to make this, well, we don't really need to make it a high priority. We can accomplish the equivalent of making it a high priority. by adding a couple of peoples. Okay, wind chimes. I do not need wind chimes, so this would be a time to re-roll this. Just be careful re-rolling. You don't want to use up all of your things throwing away good, trying to get perfect. What I want are plank row houses. Yeah, we didn't get that. Got some good stuff. The medicine chest is pretty good. Yeah, I don't want the claws visage. Alright. We didn't get that. But we can go ahead. I don't want to use my other rerolls. So we'll go ahead and get 2 stowaways. And we'll go ahead and get these cloaks, because we're going to need those when winter comes around. So as soon as we build this up, we will have 54 approval. Let's actually see what our options are over here. Ah, not a whole lot.
Please, may we have...
We're going to turn that in. So we've got 54 approval. We're going to go ahead and re-roll this. Okay, we've got a nosy apprentice. Let's try one more. Ooh. Should have taken it. Oh, here we go. Oh, pessimist. Oh, but it's it's an apprentice engineers guild, which is really good because we're going to be needing that soon for the stone cutter. So we're going to go ahead and grab Wilk, and we'll grab Inky Swift. Plus 15% move speed is good. And we'll take Flint Considerate. So we're not going to worry about Greedy, and we're not going to take Close. We'll tell them to run along home. Now we only need one more for our population going up to trigger. We can go ahead and them back in there. Now we will go through basically 1 food per person, unless they're like a heavy eater or something like that. So as long as we stay pretty much under 30, we're not going to be in danger of running out of, or under 30 here. We got 36. This will serve 34. As long as we stay under 30, having 34 here is not going to be a problem. Once we start getting above 30, we're going to need to build a second one of these, second cafe, and man it. So always something to watch out for is like, what are you preparing for next? In fact, to that end, let's go ahead and toss in a stone cutter. And maybe not have them bathe right next to where we're fishing, because that feels dangerous. What I'd like to do is make this where the houses go. So having the bathhouse right across and the cafe right across from where the houses are would be really good. How are we doing over here? Let me chop these down. We'll just Bring that across. What are we doing here? We could use another person there. Last Whisker just ran in and grabbed some new clothes because theirs were threadbare. So theoretically, this should be a pretty decent haul on approval. We'll see. Oh yeah, look at that. 95. They are so happy. We got the tailored cloaks, which are very, very nice. Stylish even. And we're no longer eating in really bad conditions at the warehouse, so that's good. They're not even that worried about living in crappy places. I mean, actually, yeah, no, they are. But it's nowhere near as bad. Now they're just worried about the bland food because it's uncooked. We still got some people with threadbare clothing, but we're doing good. Now, eventually you'll see up here what's coming in the next 2 or 3 days as well. It's just when the tax collector shows up. And that part's really handy for planning out your next couple of moves. So we're going to grab Wilk, our pessimistic heavy eater. He does eat the heavies. We have no Craftsmaster. Okay. We're going to take that and get that putting out some cut stone. All right, now we have our bathhouse. I'm going to turn the soap off so they'll rinse but not like really lather up. Soap is a pretty valuable commodity. Once we can knock down these 2 trees, I'm going to take out this stone, and we're going to build the earthworks hut. Now, the earthworks will basically fill in the mine shafts from above, so they'll just put materials straight down and give me a solid building surface. Because the game doesn't like it when you build on open mine shafts. Something structural integrity, I don't know. Sounds nonsense. Come on, 1 tree, you're so close. Why are you chopping that one? Chop this one. has priority and everything. See, oh, as we'll go ahead and mine that out when we get a chance. And all tucked in for the night. Doing good. All right, so now that these are done, we can go ahead and get rid of them. And when you get rid of stuff like that, when you bulldoze stuff, you actually get your materials back. Now, if you bulldoze a storage area, storage building, you do not get what's inside of it, only the building materials. So make sure you empty it first. Don't ask me how I found that one out. All right, we're going to build our earthworks. We got a supply ship. Let's see, how are we doing on supplies? Yeah, we could use some machinery parts. There's our Whisker ship. Okay. Oh boy. I can take one more educated person. Oh, but at this point, I kinda don't want to. I'd rather have apprentices. However, I've only got one reroll left. And honestly, if I had my druthers, 2 my paces and 1 with really high expectations. But we can take them all. And that will give us the
You have been entrusted by your fellow Whiskers.
So now we only owe 126 golds, but we do have 4 hobo whiskers. So we're gonna use this opportunity to build some new housing. And so we are actually going to upgrade this walkway from a makeshift path to a plank path. That will give us the wood back and then allow us to run faster. Make sure everybody can get to everywhere they're going. Yes. All right, so this still a temporary area. We got to remember that. Still temporary. Okay, so now we've got a storage issue, which is normal. Let's go ahead and take a small warehouse. So you can see it has this opening here at the top. That is where a conveyor belt would go in. And we can hit the T key to mirror it. Some buildings have mirrored figures. So we're going to go ahead and plunk this down. And then since I'm here and I've got the planks for it more or less, I'll put a second one right there. So I'm just kind of future-proof my storage issues. All right, see what this looks like down here. Yeah, we'll fill this one in. The others are still working. I can fill these 4 in. But yeah, we are going to go ahead and take this one. We're going to take the Earthworks tool. And you kind of have to do this from one down. If you do it from the ground level, it'll actually build up a wall. So you go down to here and fill that in. Like that. And that will basically drop in from the top until it's flush with the top. And it's just going to use stone that we've picked up here from all the regular mining. Oh, what's she griping about? All right, we're gonna go ahead and grab him using one of our approvals. Drop him right there. Startle him a bit, but could it be that it shouldn't have? It may have been because we're working on this, and so it's removed. That's what it is. It's removed the ladder from the scaffolding because we're filling it up. That's the thing. Like, the game is intuitive. It makes perfect sense that in filling this in, they'd pull the ladders out. coming up on the end of the day. All right, everybody's still happy. People like fish. Welcome back. Everybody's pleased. You can see all the stuff that we've consumed: fish, tea, berries, cloaks. Now, because of this being wiped out, they're now starting to walk longer and longer, but I'm going to go ahead and put a staircase right here. Go up and let them clear this out. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of jump scare stuff on here anymore. Oop, tax time. All right, we've got... Let's actually only give them 4, or we can give the rest in trinkets. Actually. That's not bad. So then we can keep our copper ore stockpile going. And we've got both of these up and running, filling up. All right. We do have the ability to fill that in as well. So we're going to go ahead and do that. That shouldn't take any time at all. Let's see, we got 6 machine bits. We'll go ahead and take one more. Talk. All right, I kind of want to re-roll this because, right, we have no research, no schematics that are coming up in this. So I'd like to re-roll and see if we at least get something. Oh, here we go. Charcoal furnace and carpenter. Because we're coming up on winter, the charcoal furnace isn't bad. Oh. It's not great. It's not bad. But the thing about the research is the research takes planks. And so each one of these is like 34 planks that I don't have to spend. So this will burn 2 logs and turn it into 3 fuel. This will take 2 planks and turn it into 3 wooden vices, which are then used to make other things. Now, the charcoal furnace is the first one that we've got that'll actually start making pollution. So that's something we want to watch out for. Anything that makes pollution, so fires, smelters, furnaces, things like that, the coal sifter, those you want to put them higher up because the pollution will rise more than it'll fall. So that's something to watch out for when you're planning. You know, don't put your pollution-making industry right next to your houses or other non-pollution industry, because then everybody's like, oh, I'm choking on all this smoke, this is nasty, but I gotta work in these conditions, this is terrible, and then you're gonna start feeling it in the approval. All right, we've got an idle camp. Let's go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead and move this over here. So we've got our first one. Moved over to this area. We will put that there. And we'll put another one right here. So we can get all of those juicy trees. And we'll go ahead and put chop priority on. For this. I don't want them really going left just yet. So we're going to take out this side of everything. I don't want to put a warehouse right here. Nope, not that one though. Make sure it's pointed the right direction, or else my brain won't handle it. There we go. And we also want to make sure we've got a stockpile of logs, because once it gets to winter time, we don't have anything other than the basic bonfires researched, and those things run off of straight logs. And so we're going to need to keep our guys from freezing. And we are maxed out at 200 approval. Which is great. Since we're actually that maxed out, I'm going to go ahead and grab the research laboratory. Do we want to put it? Yeah, well, we can always move it later. We really need to. And one of the cool things about the earthworks is not only is it good for filling in the holes that you make while mining, you can also extend your coastline a little bit. Which is very handy. It's free real estate. I'm missing planks. Right, because I've absolutely used up all my planks on all the other stuff. All right, these earthworks are done, so we're going to pick this up and move it down this way. because I've got these two. But that still has some mineable ore. You know what? We'll just leave it right here because we know we're going to have to come back to it in a second. We'll give that the status of we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. You can also see how fast it takes us. So we get 5 planks every 233 seconds. I go drop them off, and they come back with logs. So it's good to always keep an eye on your production, because you're going to have a lot of things taking up room. It is so easy to forget when you go to build fishing nets. When you research fishing nets and you start building them, if you don't put a cap on how many fishing nets you're making, you're going to find yourself sitting on 255 of them before you know it, and you can't sell them to anybody, not the cats, not the smugglers, not the pirates. No one will take the fishing nets except for the fishing dock, using 2 at a time. And yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to be in that pickle. Yeah, I'm just having a good old time in the hot tub, which is really a 59-degree tub. Bing. So now they're starting to get a little upset. Got some threadbare, the rough things. That's why I really want to get those plank houses. It's quiet for now. It will pick up. Well, for these, it's the mice here that are playing with the threads. They're just working it all the way to the bone. It's crazy because most of them just run around naked. We got a whisker ship. Now this is likely going to be the last whisker ship. Oh no, we got one more coming in tomorrow. So you can see right here, today whisker ship, tomorrow tax collector, supplies, and whiskers. Then 2 days from now, we've got a pirate blockade, but we've got a craftsmaster right here that is looking really good. Let's see. Can't smell looks good. None of the others are really looking that great. And we don't have a whole lot of things to be loading up, because we've got 9 construction workers now. So we're building things real fast, but we don't have a whole lot of labor needs going unmet. So for the moment, we're going to go ahead and refuse everybody else. That Craftmaster Squeak. Craftmaster Squeak can come over here to the saw cutting. Still want an apprentice over here for the sawmill, but we'll take this. Oh, hey, we've got our person. So we're going to actually put both of our educated people in here. And we're just going to go ahead and research the plank house. So you see, researching it takes 34 planks. So each of these comes at a cost. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. So we want this. The ones you want to start off with are the small warehouse and the plank row house. If you can get those from the tax ships, you're going to be in such good shape going forward. See what our everything is shaping up to be. Trucking along there, that's good. What we're doing here, we can cut those out. Get out to that one, and what we got going on down here? Nothing. A little bit down there. Ooh. Oh. That's what we like to see. We do have a housing shortage. I forgot to build houses on my newfound labor. So I got 2 mice going to be sleeping out in the cold tonight. They'll just learn to live with it. We'll set them up there tomorrow. It is going to be very difficult for me to research stuff and build plank houses. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and research the plank row house. And then turn off or just not research anything else. Yeah, some unhappiness here. Sleeping outside. We need clothes. And they're really starting to not like the stone housing. Now, the nice thing about the plank row house is it's not only a 2-star house, but it houses 2 Whiskers. So it keeps 2 of them from being homeless per house. And I'm thinking I'm going to line them up right here. Let's actually move this over here. And we'll fill in this, because we're not really doing anything with this mine area any longer. So we're going to close that off. Are we still using this? Yes, we are. Yeah, we absolutely are. Except it is almost out of range. So we're going to move this over to here. Let them work on that. Yep. The hell did I just do? Oh. Low temperatures. The temperatures are becoming chilly. The temperatures aren't dangerous yet, but adequate heating will improve the mood and efficiency of your whiskers.
Do you remember the parable of the lazy cart and the busy beavers? How the lazy cart ignored the advice of the beavers and never stocked up food for the winter? How he preferred the comfort of sleeping in the sun over diligent saving? Winter is coming. We need to be like busy beavers and build up our food stocks.
All right, so we're going to need 84 total food. We're at 65. This will be easy sauce, and that'll get us some more logs, which we're doing fine on. But, you know, better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. All right. Got our 3 gold ore. It looks like we're going to be building the rest of this up out of copper. And coal. And 1 fish. So taxes are paid, and they will not come through the winter. So the winter is a prime time for me to get into debt. So I need to make sure I'm good and productive throughout the winter so that I can pay for the whole winter's supplies, because they're also going to be more expensive over the winter. The winter surcharge. We'll go ahead and take the 2-machine one. And we've got our stocks for the winter now.
Do you remember the parable?
This is just logs, so we'll just go ahead and take that. Okay, we got 4 rerolls. We can get the old rags. I do like the ore furnace. And we can get the plank blockhouse. It's not as efficient as the row house in terms of stacking them up in a 3x1 square. This is a 2x2 square with a 1 square patio. But ooh, this actually might be better. I take these, because now I can start producing. Let's actually pause this. That's 34 planks. First off, how far away am I on this? So they're both 34 planks. It's only the size that's different. It actually might not be the worst thing having 2 different sizes. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that. And I'm going to start looking at housing plots that will have paths, heating, and decorations to kind of cheer everybody up. And typically what you'll see people do is they'll just do like a line of row houses and just be done with it. You know, high density, super high density. And what I'm thinking is actually plotting them down in neighborhoods close to where they work. So, like if I've got farmers over here, whoever's working the farms and the cafe that'll be over here and the heating hut that'll be over here, and whoever works on this island will have little neighborhoods near where they work so that they're not really having to travel super far, as opposed to having high density housing right here, and then they all have to walk and spend time going to where their work is. I think that'll actually work better. So I'm going to keep researching the row house. Oh, and we've got our last whisker ship. Oh, hey, we've got our apprentice. They snore and it sucks. Well. There we go. We're at 31. We need 4 more houses. Okay. I'm gonna set them right there. They're all accessible. Should all be built in no time. Get them in nature more. Your Wi-Fi is trying to kill itself? That's no good. Now everybody's got a place to live. I think that is actually going to be the last set of Whiskers coming in before winter. So let's get them in there, and they're going to be at 200 capacity for this. This is fantastic. We're going to be spitting out planks like it's nobody's business. Nothing here, but we're still doing really good on the cut stone. Oh, why are you? Oh, you're chilly. That's why. That makes sense. It is starting to get chilly. It is 50 degrees outside. All right, we do have berries over here. Got some over here. There is our plank row house. Now, the next thing I think we're going to be looking for. It might be long stairs. But I think for now, what I want to do is I want to stockpile planks. I want to get those planks saved up and start churning out box houses and row houses. Come on, guys, you got 20 seconds left. Quick, run home. No, don't take a bath. It's the worst time to take a bath. Alright, so we've got... Oh, I guess everybody did make it home. All right, last day of fall. Well, these are all mice. We work for the cats, and they do not like water. That's why they all show up in boats. And we got these guys. All right, so now we've got a pirate blockade. And they are demanding 170. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any of the other things to give them. So, I'm going to risk one cannonball. Because I just can't justify giving them 144 gold piece to cover 26 gold. So what the hell did you hit? Oh, they hit the one stone house. It's the nice thing about the stone houses, you get enough of them, and the chance of a stone house getting hit goes up considerably. Supply ship. So you see right here, like no one is showing up for taxes. It's just supply ships to get us through. So we'll go ahead and take that. Now we've definitely got enough whiskers to get through the winter time. And we've still got a bunch of berries over here. Let me go ahead and put a set of stairs up here. Make these accessible. And we'll put another one right there. Put another one right there. So yeah, we've got a bunch. What's our fact? We actually kind of need to move our thing a little higher up. All right, so let's check down here, see what this is all looking like. We're gonna go ahead and go through that. I can hit this and it'd still be safe. They would just wall this off, but my brain says don't do it. And what we're going to end up doing is moving our mining camps from over here. We're going to move them out to the edge. Here-ish. And there we go. And mine says no, the answer is yes. Like, I mean, it's just a ton of water rushing in. I mean, it could be, can't be that bad. Hit them with the old, they're just mice. The hell are these? I have no idea what they're doing. Oh, they're doing nothing. They've got nothing to do. Yeah, right? We got buckets. We'll be fine. All right, let's actually start taking a look at our row houses. So we're going to move this over here. So we're going to have a regular row house there. We're going to have a block house. There. Then we'll do a block house there. Let's move this. And then we'll have row house there, and then I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'll have 16. That would be half of our city right there. So then one neighborhood. So do this here and then match it on the other side. One neighborhood would pretty much fit our entire population. So we're going to pause construction. Pause. 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 Two, 3, 5, 6. Okay. Oh, that's doable. And tomorrow begins winter. And winter, we're going to start seeing the effects of pollution, and it's going to suck. And we're going to lose all of our approval, but, you know, we're going to make it through. I think what I need to do is actually start up a second sawmill. Yeah, so we're starting winter with 67 approval. We are going to lose all of that, largely due to threadbare clothing and pollution. We have no flax collected, which is fine. Like, you don't really need it. What's nice is that you don't, like, the whiskers don't leave if they're not having a good time. Dear Acting Tale, winters have proven a tough period for some whisker colonies. If a colony has left themselves unprepared for the challenge, the cold and lack of crop growth leaves them desperate. Sadly, their pleas for rescue arrive at our ministry too late for an official reply. As such, please accept this preemptive notice. You must survive winter at all costs. There is no rescue boat. There is no alternative choice. Do not waste the colony. Under the King's graceful rule, Duke Macalico, Royal Commissioner. So we got to survive the 8 nights of winter, and we will get 5 machinery bits. Absolutely accepting that quest. And winter has arrived, so we're gonna walk this down there. Walk that down there. Walk that down there. There. Yay, winter's arrived. The brutal winters make for treacherous travel. As such, the king will suspend most visits to the colonies. We are confident you have prepared adequate supplies and will find you in good condition in the spring. I appreciate your confidence. Plop that right there. That's the ore furnace and our carpenter. We're not doing anything with either of those just now. And yeah, let's actually go ahead and do second sawmill. Put it right there for now. So now that this is lit up, you can see with H, the heat view, you can see where it's warm, where it's nice, where it's okay, where it's cold, and then super cold will be a dark blue. You can see the Whiskers who are struggling with the heat, or with the chill, but then that little chilly status will go away. Now these will burn out if we don't keep them fed. So you kind of have to put the heat vision on and keep an eye on everything. Like hitting them once a night. So they'll last for about a day and a half, I think, if I recall correctly. All right, let's crank some planks. All right, so there's one of our row houses done. So now we'll start on the second one. It's better to complete these one at a time rather than to let them all go, because if they all go, they'll all get their planks kind of evenly, and it'll take you forever to finish any of them, and that's not what you want. So you really kind of want to focus on one at a time, get them built. Yeah. In this instance, the more you upgrade your heat, the cheaper it'll be to run. The next upgrade to this becomes autonomous. And the diameter gets a bit bigger. But it starts using fuel, so it's cheaper to run. Whiskers will refill it on their own. And it'll have a bigger heat bloom. The maximum one is a fire pit, which has a bigger heat bloom, less pollution, and it's still autonomous. Like right here, you know, we take a look at each one, see it, progress bar's gone down just a little bit. So we're still in good shape. Buildings are for the most part covered. So the places where the Whiskers are working, that's what you want to keep covered. you don't care quite as much about the housing because they just go to bed there and they don't really have a chance to get cold. You just kind of want to make sure you keep these on their paths so they're not huffing in the fire gases, but they will warm up as they walk by. What is this looking like? It's gonna be 233 as well. Hurry up and get home, little bro. Yeah, you made it. Good job. You see right there, there it goes down. It's because we're threadbare and bland food. These three are going to tank us for a while. You can see they're real bad. So now the next one's getting built. What we can do is, as that's getting built, we can resume the construction on the next one. So this one's getting hammered on. Make sure we've got some decent storage capacity still. All right, so that one's now finished up. See what our mine is looking like. Ooh boy, we got some more gold ore. Kind of wish they would just get it all, but you know what? I'm not going to be upset over gold ore. I'm going to be a little annoyed that can't reach it. Set that right there. See, because we're using up every last plank as soon as we get them, it's, if we were researching right now as well, everything that we're building would be competing with for materials. So in the beginning, having a good set of plank or a good supply of planks is really important because your research uses them, your first housing upgrades use them, your next stage of refining of industry uses them. You know, you don't worry about it so much with the sawmill, but the fishing dock and the stone cutter use them, as do all of the other industries thereafter. So you really want to make sure that you're wisely allocating your planks. All right, now you can see our heat bar, our fuel bar is going down. Yeah, the sawmills, honestly, having a pair of sawmills going is really good. I love the animation too. When you click on this, it just yeets a log straight onto the fire. So we're gonna throw a couple of logs on here. Keep them from going out. Like I said, once you upgrade to the organized heating in the research right here, organized heating, that gives you the fire tender and the bonfire. And once you do that, whatever whiskers are working at your as your fire tenders, they will go around and add fuel to each of the bonfires. Ooh, we got everybody just in the nick of time. You can see as soon as these buildings are available, people will start going in and occupying them. So they're upgrading themselves as they see fit. But they are starting to doubt me. And that's fine. You know, they're just running around bucket naked. We knew this was happening. We knew this was going to be a thing. See, now it is snowy and cold. Now, the thing about the snow, so temperatures are becoming dangerously cold. Make sure you have adequate heating, especially for housing. Otherwise, you risk illness and death. The thing about this is that you can kind of see where the boundaries of the heat are. So each of these little bonfires will melt the snow around them. And so if you've got working areas that are not in the thawed area, if they're in the snow, then you're going to run the risk of chilling your mouses. You don't want to do that. Last thing you want to do is freeze your whiskers off. So I may go ahead and plonk down another campfire. Maybe right there. Yeah, the bell sound definitely reminds me of Manor Lords. When someone dies in Manor Lords, that's the noise it makes. I think it was Manor Lords. No, it was the Universe Sim. Which was a good game. Okay. Now there are a couple of strategies people will do during the winter. Sometimes they'll go with the really big ones and pay minimal debt in spring. I could stand to use the woven cloaks. Like the tea's nice and all, but you know, and it's only 100 extra. That's what, 5 copper ore. I've got the copper ore for that. So that is going to help out there. Now let's check the status of our hole over here. It is still quite holy. I want to get rid of it. Taking up space. Let's go ahead and work out the path here. For getting to the top. And I think what I'm going to do is actually put that there and put stairs there. And then I'll do one more plank path here. And I'm going to mirror this neighborhood on this side. Because that'll butt right up against that. Let's resume construction there. Oh no, what I want to do is I want to get rid of the I want to get rid of the hole. I want to get rid of the mine shaft. How are we doing on fuel? Doing okay. Oh no, I'm talking about getting rid of this. This will basically go up here, and then, because this is in the way of building the next half of this neighborhood. All right, we are just about done with the work day. Quitting time. We're getting all of that. Let's check this mine shaft. Its progress. It's doing good. Make sure that we're in range, which we are not. Move this over here. It is much trickier mining straight down and spiderwebbing out to valuable ores and minerals than it is just going into the mountainside and strip mining everything. They definitely don't like running around naked in the snow. Alright, snowstorm, so heavy penalty for running around on unheated ground because they're running in the snow.
Down from the mountains. Now even the shoreline is showing the season. Open containers of water are freezing over. The thought of waking up to the sight of a fellow Whisker frozen in the snow is terrifying. Please build enough houses that 0 Whiskers are left homeless. It was never safe to sleep outdoors, but now it is a death sentence.
Alright, so this is one of those examples of having a mission that you're not going to hand in yet, because I'm just going to end up losing that approval to the threadbare clothes. So we're going to, even though we can turn it in right now, we're not going to until we're ready to check out the next Whisker ship. I can give them fires. The threadbare clothes needs me to harvest flax. And so flax, right now, since I'm not growing it, is like this right here. This is flax. And the farms can grow it, but I'm not in a position to build a farm yet. That'll be in the spring. And once you start growing flax, your weaver will start turning that into linen. Well, actually, they'll just turn it straight into cloaks, into woven cloaks. So yeah, so I've got 4 more days before I can even start thinking about weaving. All right, so now I'm going to feed the fires. Resume construction there. Feed this fire. That's part of why I'm clearing this area out. This is going to be my farmland. Because if we look at the flax, these areas up here, as we start going up the hillside, will be really good for growing flax, as well as berries. So this is going to be a nice, secure agricultural area. Let's see, how are we doing here? We're still building. Yeah, I've been playing it a lot recently, trying to figure out what a good order to build things in would be. And I'm trying to do it in a way that doesn't hamper my productivity, which this is actually the best run I've done so far. And it really does boils down to learn from your mistakes, save, figure out what works, figure out what doesn't. In the past, a lot of people would burrow into the mountain and try to do it that way. And that's just not nearly as useful as one would think. Pause construction on that. Pause construction on that. We're just going to flip this over onto this other side. We're going to set down this one and pause construction there. Now, what we can also do, since we've got only a couple more supply ships, we can ignore the other 2 supply ships when they come by. And that'll put us down to mid approval. Just skip the supplies. That'll put us down here, and then when we overpay on our taxes again, that'll put us all the way back up and give us basically our pick of whatever they send us. Dear Tale, times might be rough, but that is no excuse for neglecting our town. Decorating the paths and erecting statues will lighten everyone's mood. Even the claws cannot deny us this luxury. Please decorate at least 8 path segments. We can ask that much, can't we? Fellow colonist. Okay, so this is another one. It's going to give us approval. So this mixed with the freezing temps will give us 80 approval and 21 trinkets for the next Whisker ship and tax ship. Now, here's what this means. The decoratives are going to be trees, statues, wind chimes, the wind side, things like that. The path decoratives are something else. So that's actually, I've been saving that. One of my favorite things to decorate first is actually the cafe. And what we're going to do, so to get to the decorations, you go here. And we've got things like flower beds, decorative tree, small planter, claw's visage. Now the claw's visage doesn't cheer people up the way all of the others do. It makes them run faster because it's scary. And you got your hanging garden, signposts, which are customizable, wind socks, wind chimes, and decorative fountain. All of these are researchable along with the claw's visage. You've also got masonry, which uses cut stone to make. So all of these are kind of cool little things. What I like doing is taking the small planters, which uses planks. There's the flower bed, which uses logs, which is 5 times as expensive in the long run. And then you can either bring it up to here or set it on the ground and raise the elevation up so that you're building there. And you've got 2 different variants. You got the orange and you got the lilac. It's like, it looks like tiger lilies, Kayla lilies or something. So what I like doing is actually alternating them. So we'll do one, the other first, the other. We can either do this again, or we can put a hanging garden in the center. Go back to this. Change that back out. Put this one here. Like that. So we've got a lovely little garden roof for our cafe. I don't think it actually does anything doing it like this versus putting them on the ground, except it does save space because you're not putting them on the ground. But it looks cool, and I never liked the idea of the cafe not having a roof. That actually always irritated me. So that satisfies the 8 required decoratives, because that's actually 9. Now the decorative paths you get 2 different ways. You can either go into the walking paths, and right here you'll see a plank path with some barrels on it, and that will open up options. Or you can go to decorations, and it's over here, path decorations. It's the 2 ways to get to the same menu. Now from here, you can get things like lanterns, torches, which is kind of hanging streets, candles, which is actually a torch, rope railings, cobble fences, privacy fence, all these different ones. Here's what's nice about these. They are free. None of these cost anything. So because none of these cost anything, I like using the rope railings for bridges. But we can just take this all the way across. No, that's bad. Just take that all the way across, and we have this lovely bridge. And that really does ties it all together, which is not a pun because I used a rope fence or anything like that. And then as you take this path and you start winding it out to here, like to there, bringing it across. As you do that, you can then take things like the lantern or the torch and set that there, and it gives you just a nice little bit of light at the end of the day. So like the rope railings or the actually the stone rail. Actually, let's go privacy fence. Give everyone a little bit of privacy. Then we'll put a torch here at the end. Thusly. And we'll have 80 approval banked. They don't like us yet. They're not happy with us yet, but they will be. I will make them. They do not have a choice. Let's see, what were you all working on? Ooh. Oh. That's nice. Where's the mine shaft to that? That's the one that's... Oh, geez, I actually built this right over the mine shaft. Whoops. That was a yoopsa-doopsa. Okay. We're going to hollow this all out. Wrong with all that? Okay, and they are able to access that. Good. I do like that it gives you a heads up when one of your camps suddenly doesn't have work going on. So here's our supply ship, and we said we were gonna go ahead and not take 2 of them. Now the other thing is that when you refuse the supplies, it breaks the claw's trust. And losing all of the trust, basically, I think the claws treat you kind of like the pirates do. So you can reject the shipment. What it will also do is curry favor with the rebellion. So there is rebellion always at risk. And I think you have to become fully self-sufficient and really piss off the claws to start getting the rebellion to be like, hey... I don't know how much of it makes you part of the rebellion versus, oh, we need to check on our, okay, our heat's doing good. It's like, I kind of forgot to check in on all the other stuff. The rebellion, you know, you really want to be self-sufficient because then you're not going to get any more supplies from the claws. And I suspect the rebellious Whiskers that you have and the monarchist Whiskers that you have really don't like talking to each other. But that's just a theory. A Whiskers theory. Yeah, we got good steady supply of food. And actually, what I may do, we're doing so well on instruction speed. I think what I may do is actually swing this around and get another couple of Whiskers working on that. Doing here, that's almost full. Oh, we still got plenty. Normally I keep running out of storage space stupidly fast. Getting the small warehouse as my first technology was so good. That was so incredibly helpful. So now you can go here, and because this is the Explorers Guild, you can actually click that and you'll see who you can pop in here. So we can just throw in a Whisker there and a Whisker there. We'll go with Patient and what was she? Considerate. So Patient and Considerate, and they're going to help out over here. That's burning down. Okay. We can unpause that construction. So now if we hit P, that'll give us the pollution thing, and as you move the mouse around, it'll give you the percentages based on like what's around. So just over the fire here is 35%, 35.7% pollution. So that's not fun to stand next to, but because it's outside, it dissipates really quickly. Now my plan is to actually put heating right here, or even further elevated by 1, so that the heat blooms out, but the pollution doesn't get too bad. So like right here, it's 38. If you were to build this in the tunnels, it would get up to 100% in no time. And no one would like that. Absolutely no one would like that. How did we do down here? Still cutting this out. That shaft just keeps going down. And what some players will do is really start working on leveling the island, because you lose a lot of time going up and down stairs. That also takes a lot of time to kind of push through and such. All right, so our taxes coming up is going to be 768. We've got one more thing of taxes that we can skip over. But our tax collector's coming in 3 days, so we do at least have that. Now what I want to do is I want to check my total resources. All right, we got 243 copper ore. That's beautiful. 15 gold ore. I'm really liking that. Take a moment to look around. We got one more set of berries there, and we got some more shrubs up here. How's this doing? Not a whole lot left. Let's move this up. There. Now, eventually the path will get so convoluted, you'll get a little error at the top, a little red banner. Kind of like that, but instead of camp is idle.
Our fur is not enough to hold back the winter winds. Cloaks will help us keep the warmth of campfires longer and slow the onset of frostbite. Please trade, or make enough cloaks for at least 13 whiskers. More would be appreciated. And don't forget to place campfires in strategic locations.
So we'll go ahead and accept that, because that's another 40 approval that will bank up. So when the Whisker ship comes in, well, once we get those, like, we've actually got to get the woven cloaks, which we cannot get all of the woven cloaks here. But as soon as we set up that weaver, we'll be fine. I am going to go ahead and not accept. I'm going to reject that, because that's just so expensive, and we've still got machinery. So I'm not worried about the machinery. The first winter, we're going to squeak through, if you will excuse the Whiskerwood pun. We do need to replenish our fires. Those are all just about to burn out. And we can't have that because then we'd have to rebuild the damn things. This one I'm going to go ahead and let burn out. Because I'm going to go ahead and put a new one right here. Actually, I'm not actually going to put it right there. That's right, because that needs solid ground, so I can't actually put it on planks. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and refill that, and we'll just wait to build these two houses until afterward. That bottom one is almost done. But yeah, setting everything up into neighborhoods seems to be a good way to approach things. Just because it minimizes travel time, and you lose a lot of productivity just in convoluted travel time. Pathfinding's good. It ain't great. These are still good. And we're not quite at the point where we need to allocate storage warehouses to specific goods, but that will be coming up probably in this next year with the introduction of fuel, cloaks, ropes, flax, all of these extra resources. You know, we don't want them bringing a ton of cut stone here only for them to have to pick it up and bring it back to whatever project is happening over here. Hey, they got that fixed. So we'll go ahead and have them resume construction there. Hell, at this point, they can probably just resume construction on that one, too. And you'll see as these fill up, there are going to be fewer and fewer Z's marked over here when they all go to bed. Bed? Why did I say it like that? Bed. Oh, my Virginia's coming out. Ding. They're still naked and they're still unhappy. Fair. Basically, our taxes haven't really gone up very high because we've not been getting supply shipments. That would normally be about double because of the supply shipments. So we're saving a ton of money here. Getting through, and you can see right here the mild pollution. If we were underground and we had a fire pit down there, there would be nauseating pollution as well, and that's not what we want. A little bit from chilled paws, but you know, it's not super duper bad. it's mostly the issue is threadbare, and this is going to be the last time we have that because we're going to set up a weaver coming up here. Let's see, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we can actually take a little bit. I think what I'm going to have to do is build a second cafe, which I'm actually about ready to have to do anyway. I'm going to build a second cafe, probably right here, and then shut this one down so that I can make room for the next neighborhood. Here, and I'm going to move this sawmill. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to start this out by mining that. I'm going to check the state of our mines. That's all. Oop. Do that. Oh my god, look at all that beautiful copper. That's that shaft. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose. That really is beautiful. All right. We're gonna grab all this. This we're not worried about. And this shaft comes up through here, comes down through here. Okay, so that's that shaft. This shaft, okay, that we don't need at all. So we can set our earthworks up to filling this in. And we can still use this one lone shaft over here. So we can use that, we can fill this in. All right, earthwork. Get to work. No, wait, what are you doing? Earthworks. Okay, we gonna fill that. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna take these 4 squares and they're gonna fill them in straight down. So it's really just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that's going to get filled in with the spare stone that we don't have. Damn it. Okay, so we do actually need to also maybe do a spot of strip mining. Not strip mining per se, but we need stone. So we will go ahead and actually take that and that. We'll just draw this out some. Maybe not those. We'll focus on that for now. We've produced so much cut stone, which is good. We're going to need it. But boy, howdy, has that been a real pain in the butt. Uh-oh, we got somebody down here that is lost their way. I wish the controls for vertical views a little bit easier. All right. I think I have a problem. Oh yeah, we can't. I'm dumb. All right, cancel the earthworks. There's no earthworks button. All right, we're going to down one. There we go. Now he's not trapped. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait till we actually completely hollow all that out. All right, it is quitting time. Everybody grab your grub. Still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So we do at least have this area opened up, and we can build on this side. End of day 23. How we doing? Still naked? Yup. Okay, spring's coming. Winter ends tonight. Our tax collector arrives tomorrow. We've got a little over 800 due. We've got over 9,000 in storage. So, the claws ain't gonna know what hit them. We're like, wow, you guys are wealthy. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the sawmill over to here to back up against this row of houses. Move my earthworks to there. Yay! Okay. Sawmill. Get them working on that. One thing I don't like is if you're really far away, your you know, your whiskers get a little blurry. So it just looks like they're shivering their ass off. You zoom in, they're fine. From a distance, they really look uncomfortable. Oh, that burned out. Oopsie doopsie. Ah, it's fine. Oh, damn, they all burned out. That always happens to me. I always forget to have them refilled by the last day. Oh, well, nobody's going to die. Winter's almost over. Well, actually, no, it is actually going to be cold. That's right. Can't put it there. Yeah, people are going to be cold. There. Trying to remember where we had everything. It's them. You got no mine shafts. And if you don't mine, you don't matter. So we're gonna not have that. Put you over there. Need to heat these guys up. I do kind of wish it would give some kind of a warning, like, hey, your heat's gonna run out. Won't that be terrible? Them. I think that's got it. Ooh. We'll put one more in the middle right here. The good news is everybody's warm, and that's done, so we can move our sawyers over. And bulldoze that, get our machinery and logs. That means we can also build these houses down here. Nope, not. Actually, let's just resume construction. We've got 71 planks. We're fine. End of the day. 844 taxes owed, coming in tomorrow. Perfect. spring is here. A spring is here. Life is Skittles and life is beer. We're gonna wrap up these two houses here. That'll put us at decent amount. All right, here comes the tax man. So two things. We do have our 5 extra machinery. Now let's talk to the tax cat. All right, we'll give him our 3 coal. Holding down shift will give you 5, or increments of 5. Holding down control gives you 25. Holding down alt gives you 99. So 5, 10, 15 gets us almost there. 2, 3, 4, 5. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There we go. Give him some fish. Because we're going to be using this copper ore. I really don't want to give him any more copper ore if I can at all help it. Now, certain islands, when you spring in, certain islands will have different attributes. Your main island will be pretty balanced. It has copper ore on the surface. It'll have coal on the surface. It'll have some gold on the surface, some more gold underneath. It'll probably have some flax. It'll have trees and it'll have berries. You're meant to kind of start living on this island. Nearby, you will have islands that are very fertile and have a lot of trees. You'll have some islands that are kind of this donut shape that will have a lot of ore, usually iron. You will have plateaus that'll either have a lot of trees and very fertile soil, or it'll have some trees, horrible soil, but it'll have lots of ores. So as you go around, you can kind of look with hitting the N key for the farming tool. You can see if it is red for berries, it'll be better suited for ores, for mining. So this will be really good for farming. This is kind of balanced, but not really. It's still going to be better for mining. As you can see, this one's going to have big areas for farming. But this is still a better island for farming. And sometimes you'll just see them in crazy configurations. This is definitely all mining. This would be decent for farming, but it doesn't have much in the way of trees. Doesn't have anything in the way of trees. So this would not have been good for starting out because we would not have had any wood. That would be a problem. There's some fertile area, but yeah, this is copper and rock salt. So this land has been salted. So something to kind of watch out for when planning your area. If you want to re-roll, quote unquote, you'd have to go all the way back out to your main menu and re-roll your original colonists. So it's a pain in the butt to re-roll your map. Much easier to just re-roll your colonists. And then just kind of pick your best island available. So something to consider if you start playing. So they're going to bloop out. Bye-bye. And here comes our supply ship. Now, because we overpaid so well, we can stand to skip a couple more of these and keep our taxes low. But this is so low right now. I'm okay getting that for the machinery, because we will wear through the machinery. Okay, So now we've got options. None of these are necessarily something that I want. I mean, the planks and copper bars are fine. 2 extra stowaways. I'd have to build 2 more houses. I'd rather get the technology because the technology costs planks. So we're going to do a couple of rerolls. Ooh. All right, you know what? We can get the wind chimes and we can get the old rags because that'll have 36 or 32 rather cloaks. And that will satisfy this, which will give us 120 approval. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get that. We'll get wind chimes, which are fun. They're lovely. And that gives us 3 quests that we can turn in to get our next set of whiskers. What I also want to do, let's see. Let's get our Weaver up and running. So they're going to be Explorers Guild. But the Weaver will allow us to start getting some flax in and turning them into cloaks so that we don't run into a bunch of freezing bucket naked whiskers. Okay, I still put that a little too close. So I'm going to take this design and I'm going to mirror it again. And then the only one I'm missing is going to be the row house. So we'll pause, 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 pause. And that'll be good. And this is being built on logs, and we've already got that specified. And we'll go ahead and raise that up. There we go. What is that? Oh. There we go. Didn't have enough planks. Do we have any? Oh, yes, we do. Hello. Work a bit slow, but you know what? That'll be fine. We've got 55 built for 31. But we can actually start taking some of these out. Let's wait and see who doesn't have Z's in it. Like a bunch of these. Vacated. Another thing that you can do is when you've got such a surplus and you're actually trying to cut down on these, Just take them out 5 at a time and then figure out where you stand. So we good? We good? Yeah, we good. We're all ready. So now we're at 94 approvals. They're already starting to feel better because they've got those cloaks. They're feeling a lot better. In fact, I'm just going to do some quick maths. And 55 minus 31. Oh, I can take out 24. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. We're just gonna bulldoze 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So that should put us at, yep. Perfect. Okay. Oh no. They really missed an opportunity to call these things pirates. So you see here, they could take woven cloaks like that. If we had enough woven cloaks to give them, and that's where having the weaver would come in really handy. But for now, we're just going to give them the 2 machinery that we picked up off the supplies, and they will fuck off. So that one's done. Resume construction there, and we can bulldoze 1 and bulldoze 2. We're still at 21. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that, but it's okay. Let's see what we got. Okay, we got an educated guy who can't smell. A lot of rude people. So loners do not like sharing a home, and all of these homes I'm building hold 2 people. So what I probably will end up doing is, if I were to pick up a bunch of loners, build some of the log cabins, or I guess I didn't really get any of the plank abodes. I could research that and basically have that for loners, and just have just a whole area of people who either don't like sharing a room, or if you've got whiskers that snore, they irritate people who live with them, which I may know a thing or two about. And so you can put them in a single occupancy home as well. I think for now, I'm just going to go ahead and get the educated one, because that will let me pick up this one here, the management office. And the management office lets you set limits on production, which is really nice. That's how you don't end up with 255 nets that you can't sell. Let's see, so I already got him. I'll go ahead and refuse the rest. All right, our supplier is here. How are we doing on our trust? So we can skip some. So now tomorrow we've got the smuggler. The smuggler is basically the pirate's version of the supplier, but instead of you owing them money, you sell them stuff and they will give you gold bullion, which you can then use to pay off your taxes. So because we've built up some trust, we're actually going to refuse supplies. We still have some machinery, so we're not hurting for it just yet. Y'all guys gonna get that one finished, right? I've got one homeless dude fella, and I don't like that. All right, looks like we're about to get. Oh wait, I can actually bulldoze this. And that'll recoup some of our supplies. We'll get that built pronto. Yeah, there we go. So now no one's homeless. We can doze one of those.
The snow has crept down from the mountains. Now even the shoreline is showing.
What do you mean I got one whisker without a home? He got a home. They figured out where they're living. It is Miller time. I've got at least 2 more that I need to finish building. Get all the way out of the stone shelters. Hopefully tomorrow being the first or third day of spring. Good heavens, that's gonna be the 3rd day of spring. Everything will warm up. I wonder if they got like a groundhog mechanic where the first day of spring will either be earlier or later. That'd be cool. All right, we got our new day. It is warm. Light flurries. We actually had today too. Tax collectors coming in. All right, here's the smoogle. All right, our smooglier, the smuggler will take refined goods, which the tax people won't. And what they will do is, for a certain amount of these refined goods, they will give you the equivalent in gold bullion, which the tax ships will also take. So if you've got medicine, medicine is really handy because, of course, this is going to the pirates. Soap isn't bad. Tailored cloaks are good. So if you can start getting some of these things built or some of these things made, you can trade them in for the gold bullion, but this number will be randomized. So sometimes it'll be 3, sometimes it'll be 7. And it takes a bit to get up there. So like, for example, I've got 102 cut stone. 5 of them gets me maybe a quarter So there, 23 gets me 1 gold bullion. And that's hefty. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. So it really kind of boils down to what do you have that you can trade. You know, we've got 70, we got 23 cut stone that can go out, which is fine. We're also sitting on a heap of copper ore, which will be good to trade in for what we don't have. So yeah, 1 gold bullion, and we can make up the rest in copper ore, which isn't going to be a whole lot. And it's definitely easier for us to get more stone. So yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. We'll give him the 23 cut stone, accept the trade. So now if we look at our total resources, we have 1 gold bullion. And that's what we want. And speaking of, there's the 1 gold bullion, takes us up to there. And that will just about fill us up. Honestly, at this point, I'm happy giving them the 3 logs. How are we doing on storage? And we still have so much storage. Good heavens. Well, we did just unload a bunch of stuff. But yeah, we're doing really well. Do we have flax? Do not have flax yet. But right here, so what we can do is take the berry pickers, berry gatherers, move them over here, and they can pick these berries, but also get this flax. They're right here. They don't even have much left. Pick. Yeah, they're working on that last rub. So I think what I'm gonna do is go ahead and move them over there now. And we will stairs there, stairs there. Stairs there and stairs there. And so that'll give all of this flax. Yeah, it's all in the range there. All those berries, all this flax. That's good stuff. Whiskers. What do we got? We got an educated apprentice. Oh boy. Smudge is going to have high expectations. Strength of 4 is not bad. Optimist, healthy, heavy eater. Don't need weak knees, heavy eater, or greedy pessimist. We can take these 3 just fine. And we'll refuse the others. So now if we look at our work overview, we can see these are our gathering. So we got our total whiskers, our unemployed, so they're construction whiskers. We've got our woodcutter, forge out all of our gathering stuff here. Now we've got our industries. So our fishing dock could use somebody. What do we have? The fishing dock uses farm. So we can put them into fishing. Let's see. We can do one more fishing. So now our fish will be coming in super fast. And that'll be good. Let's see who else we got. That's under. Okay, we got our stone cutter. Let's take a look at. Do we have the correct apprentice? We need an engineer's apprentice. We have a mining apprentice. That is not necessarily what we want. But we may not have any other options. Engineering, all of the, so textiles and weaving tend to need exploration. Farming will of course need farming, but a lot of your industry like sawmill and stone cutting needs engineering, and those are kind of tricky to come by at times. Okay, we need that house there built. Hockey. Kind of want to re-roll. We don't have a whole lot of stuff here that we need. That's one. And we will need this here soon. There will be a quest for this to build 8 of these. Let's try to go. Okay. That's not working. So let's take a look. We've got medical chest. Wouldn't be bad. Fuel wouldn't be bad, but we're going to be building that right about now anyway. One more. Okay. Still not great. Big money, no whammy. You know what? Fine. We'll do farming equipment and scrap metals. Our plank production is fine. Let's check this mine shaft that we've got down here, because this is kind of in the way of our next neighborhood. Ooh, also services. Second cafe. Actually, right there sounds really nice. Right over the water. Be lovely. We can specialize in seafood, which they kind of will, because they're, you know, we've got all these fish. So let's plop down here and see how our miners are doing. This level looks fairly well picked through. That. Just okay. We'll just cancel that. Oh man. So much right there, but we're also getting all of this, so I'm not really worried about it. And it looks like everything here is accessible through this mine shaft. Yeah, so it's just this is right outside. So we're going to go ahead and fill all of this in with the earthworks. There we go. Oh, okay, there we go. We're good. We're good. And I'm gonna just go ahead and do that one too. That's right underneath the cafe, so when I move the cafe, that'll open up. Nope. All right, so we're gonna build this. Doo-doo. That's a mining camp. That's a mining camp. And this is mining. Okay, that's our other mining camp. How are we doing down here? Still trucking. Oh boy. Okay. We're getting it. We're getting it. You know what? Whoever lives here just has a mine shaft in their front stoop. That's it. That's all there is to it. But we are gonna need. Let's see. With this there. You cannot find your way out again. You keep doing this. Oh, just because you're just down there. We're going to try and get him out of there through this way. And worst case scenario, I just go down and pick him up. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to grab him. He's well, that startled sound they make.
Whoa.
There you go. Are we doing one hobo mouse? It'll be okay. I see, like right now, because we're building the cafe and the row house, they're competing for resources, and that is not good. Neither of them gets built in that way. All right, end of the day. People are happy. So now bland food is our biggest problem. It's just because we got people with more refined palates.
The insects are waking up for the spring thaw. Now it is our chance to maximize this year's bounty. It is time to plant crops and expand our farms. Plants will grow quickest in the warmth of summer, so these spring months are ours to till the earth and plant seeds.
All right, we're gonna go accept that, because that'll be another thing, and another set of banked approvals. So right now, so the farms, going down here in resource extraction, they're right here. Take 8 planks to build, and their circle is basically where you can plant fields that your farmers who are here will tend. Now, what's nice about it is that you can plant them up. You can build them up on stilts like this, and you can still plant a field underneath it, and it won't affect the sunlight or anything like that. So I could set it here, and it will be fine. It'll just be up in the air, and I can still get underneath it as needed. So putting this like kind of here-ish on the edge will give me all of this area kind of well within the range. Now, the other thing is that the claws are going to start asking for cotton, so I need to look at where cotton can grow, and I need to make sure I definitely build one of those. So let's take a look from the top down. And this gets a pretty good amount right here. We'll bring that up. I need to have 5 people, which means I need 3 of these built. And you can either overlap and have whiskers, multiple whiskers tending the same fields, or you can spread them out and have you have each farmhouse kind of tend their own region. Either way, this whole area is not quite ready for agriculture just yet. It's kind of unfortunate. I wish I had a fertile plateau right next to me instead of this, but we'll make it work. I mean, we're swimming in wood, swimming in lumber. I think I will start off with actually setting 3 of these up right here and just really focusing on this area. And then as we chop through, we'll build new farms and just move the people over. Before we start working on these 2 houses, let's get this cafe built. And honestly, maybe one more. earth workers are doing good over here. We do have a decently fertile area over here. So I suppose I could put a farm on this side if need be. Ooh, not for berries. Definitely not for flax. Never mind. This is maybe for cotton, but not for food. Oh, okay. This is looking like it is finally happening. We are running into supply issues. Or not supply, storage issues. Which, hey, you know what? I'm glad it took this long. I'm honestly just happy it took this long. Let's set that there, and we'll build a second one here. Once people eat, it'll be a little bit better. I suppose I could use up some of the logs right now in a makeshift path. This will at least get some of the logs out of our garage. And it'll make everybody run a bit faster. Everything's looking good, though. And let's actually go ahead and undo this. So they're not going to be refilling this. We'll wait till we build this. Set that to high priority. These are our wood cutters. Let's see. All right, we've got. Okay, we got this wood cutter. Move you over here. Supplies! And let's see, before we... Ooh, wind chimes. Actually. Pop these up here. Boom. Boom. Lovely. All right, we're going to leave this up just so that when people do eat, they can go there. All right, supply ship. What we got? We're doing on trust. How are we doing on machine parts? We got machine parts. We got 10 machine parts. Tax collector's coming tomorrow. Let's not push it. Oh, damn it. We'll get some more rock, some more stone, plain stone coming up for our stone cutter and our earth movers, earthworks. That's our storage. All right, we've worked through some of it. Hell, at this point, might as well go ahead and fill that back up until we're ready to construct here. Just at this point, we're not. Let's see. In cotton. You set that up for cotton. Berries. Flax. So here we've got some salinity issues, but pretty much just right there. Let's see. Okay. The other thing when setting out these fields, you do want to click your crop. And once you've set a field a certain shape, you can click on it and extend the field that way. Just click and drag. And you can do the same thing holding shift, click on it, and you can shrink the field. So those are a couple of ways that you can take care of that, and they will... Let's see. We got no farmers. Okay. Ugh. This is our next Whisker ship. All right, the 29th day has ended. Doing good. Looks like when we get our next Whisker ship, we'll be able to bring in some
Droughts
folks.
in the southern colonies have ruined their cotton harvests. The kingdom needs additional cotton supplies. A generous reward has been authorized for any colonies who meet the requested quota. Plant and harvest 34 cotton. Cotton seeds are enclosed in this parcel.
There it is, 34 cotton, because the southern colonies done hit a drought. So we're going to accept that. Now the cotton, the berries in the flask will grow, and you'll be able to get a couple of harvests in throughout the year. The cotton, you pretty much, it takes a couple seasons. So this cotton that we planted here will not be harvestable until the fall. So we're going to be sitting on that one all year long. I do kind of want to, because of that, plant another run of cotton, because it also sells pretty good. And because we built these up on stilts, you can see we're able to plant underneath, and it is perfectly fine. All right, tax collector. We have got so much ore. So we're going to send that large shipment. All right, we've got all of this storage up and ready. We're going to resume construction on plank house. We are going to need those. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and just resume construction on both. So we don't have everybody homeless just yet, but I don't want to get there. We will go ahead and take this for the machine part. All right. Planks and stone, or stone and planks. A ton of cloaks. I want to re-roll and see if we can get some technology. Like, you know, the plank abode, which is the plank house for one. So for loners and snorers, they get the plank abode. And the smokery, so we can smoke our fish. This is exactly what I wanted. Because this saves us a ton of planks and time. And here's a whisker ship. Okay, we've got an Engineers Guild apprentice. We did want one of those. We've got enough to just accept all. Yeah, hell yeah. They're going to be homeless for a couple of days, but we can go ahead and accept all. We'll go ahead and put Zippy in there. So now we've got 2 full strength sawmills. We're feeding everybody. Let's see, did we get any... we got 1 farmer. And you know what, we'll just go ahead and fill this up, because that still leaves us with 3 construction workers, and it fulfills the springtime for planting. And Germany. Now, we do need to get our guys housed. So I'm going to go ahead. Definitely hope they prioritize those. I think what I need to do is set up... I need to set up 5 stone shelters, I think. Just that if I take everybody off of a whisker ship, they'll have a house until I can build them new ones. They'll just... yeah. It'll just be like a hotel kind of deal. Thankfully, because of all the mining that we did here, we've still got the scaffolding. What the hell do you mean? Nothing. Oh my god, they have already threw everything. Okay. One of the other things right here, like this has 9% rocks. You can also have them remove rocks from the ground, which will make this better for planting. So we're getting all that stuff filled in, which is good. Once I get homes for all of these people, I'm going to get the town hall built so I can start enacting some policies, which policies are incredibly powerful, and they use approval as your currency. And then also want to get the management office up and running so that I can put production limits on things like cut stone, cloaks, things like that. So, sleeping outside sucked, but the fresh arrivals actually counterbalanced that. Very lucratively. What else would I be looking at for research? Organized heating. Yeah, I do need to get that. I'm less worried about the flax spinner and the netter and the coppersmith real quick, because these are just for building catalysts. So all these will do is help me catch fish or cut rocks, or coppersmith is tongs, so I guess does something more efficiently, which I don't really need. The organized heating I will need by winter, and the medical triage along stairs would be nice too. The covered bridge would look nice, but not super necessary. Just covered bridge right there. Let's check on our mines. They're mining away. I don't want to just for stone. I do need to fill in that hole. What are y'all doing down here? We got so much copper ore, I think we can probably maybe take a short pause from that. Just crank that out. Maybe we'll get lucky and that'll give our stone a boost, and we can just boop, fill that in right there. That's only one, two. Oh, it's literally just one. So yeah, that'll be super easy. Let's actually move you guys over here, because I really do need this area cleared out. There's the long path flag. It'll give you an... The more spread out your colony becomes, the more often or the more likely you are to get that. There he goes. He's filling it. Oh, come on. You can do it. You can do it. Yes. Please fill that in ASAP. Three, two, one. Yay, he got it in. Excellent. This is emptied out. We're gonna go ahead and doze it. Sorry. Oh shit, I forgot about that one. Damn it. There's our one homeless mouse. We're still making that approval. So they're going to fill this in. While they do that, what do we got here? Oh, we got our smokery. That's right. So this will actually be the first thing that we use that needs fuel. So we're going to have to set that up, and the fuel and charcoal furnace and ore furnace, all of those are going to produce pollution. So we want those like up and away from everything, because that will spread. Where do we want it? This is nice and out of the way. It is also well, no, that's right. It was not that fertile. You can actually tell from how pockmarked the ground is. So if we do collier here, the ore furnace here, they're side by side. And food processing, the smokery. Like that. Smokery can go here. I can put stairs there. This will work. We'll put storage there. And then the storage, I'm going to have it just take copper bars, fuel, and copper ore, at least for right now. So just the stuff that's being manufactured right here will go right here. That'll work. Of course it'll work. It has to work. And then kind of coming up on the point where I need to get logistics up and running. Start schlepping things around. Okay, I think we've got that. We still have that one hobo mouse. So let's actually set up his home here. And we'll make that high priority. All right, our smuggler. All right, smuggler. Yeah, we'll do 1 gold bullion. Oh no, more whiskers. Oh hey, we needed one of these if I recall correctly. What did we... Right, we needed them for the weaver. Oh, sir, would you like to work as a weaver? A little nosy, but we won't hold that against you too badly. And since we're already building your home, you can live right there. It'll be great. It'll fit right in. This is actually pretty good progress. I'm pleased with this so far. All right, and that is cleaned up. Excellent. Let's... get that in. And we'll also need to... we'll also need to plank this area up. But I want to use these planks for the stuff we're building over here first. Get all of this built and set up, especially since we got the labor force and the materials to do it. And this is the first year. This is the first year over and done with. This is a good setup. Still got a couple things I'd like to put in and get done. you know, with the triage and the long stairs. Long stairs are helpful, just they're long, and I don't like them. But you do move faster. It's, at the cost of space, you do move faster. And aside from that bout in wintertime where everybody went threadbare, we haven't run into any starvation issues, haven't really run into any housing issues. No one's injured. We've been able to overpay on our taxes every single time. This really is probably the best way I can think of to get a good start on a colony and really run through. Now, we did get lucky, of course, by having the small warehouse come in on one of the overpay shipments, but if I didn't, then that would have been the first thing I researched, even before the plank house, the plank row house, because getting that, probably the first bottleneck and the most common bottleneck you'll encounter is just running out of storage space. Because if you run out of storage space, you stop producing. And when you stop producing, like, that's it. You can't dump anything yet. If you have too much stone, you need to start filling in, you know, start making work for your earth movers to fill stuff in. If you're not cutting down enough trees, you're not producing enough planks, you're not producing enough logs, you're not producing enough planks. So you really need to make sure that your bottlenecks are taken care of, and your most common bottleneck will be storage, because your tiny storage only holds 50 of something, and you can overdo it on 50 of something so easily. So that is how I would take on the first 32 days of this game. Take a picture for the gram. That'll be our thumbnail. And I think actually I'm going to go ahead and call it right there tonight. Make sure I save. Save as Buzzbro Year 1. End. And yeah, so that will do it for us tonight. I want to thank everybody for popping in, hanging out with us. I had a great time. I do plan on continuing with this on Thursday probably, so definitely stick around or come back then. Check out the YouTube channel. Starting to get a little bit more traction there with Ball Pit, and I'd really appreciate you guys checking out those videos and watching them all the way through. I need the watch hours. It does tackle a lot of the tricks and tips and hints and stuff for Ball Pit, so if you like Ball Pit, you will actually learn a lot on those. We'll be back on Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern time as well. And yeah, we're on that push for 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. 3,000 watch hours lets me remonetize, but 4,000 is what I'm aiming for, because that's the YouTube partnership program. So we're going to be back on that grind pretty hardcore. Certainly doing that more than the streaming. I want to hit that more than anything else. So until next time, take care of yourselves, check in on friends and family, If you're on Twitch, stick around. We're going to raid out. Stay safe, stay cool, stay warm, stay hydrated, and above all, stay dapper. We'll catch you next time.
I mean the kind of music men hum or whistle when they feel on top of the world. And gentlemen, one of the many things that give you that tip-top feeling